First episode of the post game, and a couple of things I want to do in this one, but first let's find out whether we have any interactions right after the league. I don't actually remember what there is in this game. I'm pretty sure Looker is not going to pop up and give me a fishing rod again, although really he should. But let's see. There's my mom. I always think the layout of the black 2, white 2 house is a little bit odd, right? I think this is the first one in the series, maybe not, but I think it is, where the player character's bedroom is not upstairs. Not that it matters, it just kind of stands out to me, you know? Welcome home, black 2. I barely recognize you. It seems like you've seen and thought about a lot and grown into an adult. Oh, seems we're about to have a visitor. Is it Looker? Is he going to give me a fishing rod? No, it's Cedric Juniper. Okay. Oh, have I not met him yet in this playthrough? I guess I haven't. I met his daughter for the first time in Mistleton City, where you meet him in Black 1. Huh. Okay. Oh, so you're Black 2? My name's Juniper. The one who gave you your Pokedex is my daughter. I think Bianca gave it to me, but okay. It's been a long time, Professor Juniper. Has it been that long? I can't remember. Well, that's not really why I came. Black 2, to commemorate your entering the Hall of Fame, I'm going to upgrade your Pokedex. Okay. What do I get? I'll tell you what I upgraded, so why don't you ask? Well, actually, it's really simple. I made it so you can register all of the National Pokedex Pokemon. Wow, remember the National Pokedex? That sure was the thing, wasn't it? Wow, that's amazing. That must be why you and your daughter are Pokemon professors. Ha ha ha! Flattery won't get you anywhere. Well then, I think I'd best be taking my leave. Listen up, there's still many, many Pokemon in the world. Sometimes Pokemon attack each other for food. Whoa. Sometimes they help one another. They protect each other's places. I'd be happy if you think about things like that while looking at the Pokedex. And he's out of here. I'll be honest, I think that was... I can't decide if I want to say more cool or less cool. I think it was a better post-game gift than Looker giving me a fishing rod. But I don't know that it was cooler than Looker giving me a fishing rod. I think that's hard to beat. Why did Looker give me a fishing rod? He openly admitted that it had nothing to do with what he was there to talk to me about. Well, anyway. Odd guy. Kind of guy you'd find in the back alleys of Lumio City investigating children playing there. That's a weird way to say that. You know what I'm alluding to. He left. Oh, that's right. Black 2, I have a present for you. I have a present for you too. She gave me some Max Revives. Makes sense. She used to be a Pokemon Center receptionist or something. No matter what you do, your time is yours and your Pokemon's alone. So decide what you want to do for yourself and do it. I enjoy my own time in my own way too. Okay, thanks for the wisdom, Mom. Was she a Nurse Joy? Not that a Nurse Joy is actually a thing in the games. That's an anime thing, but... Is that the idea that the player character's mom used to do that job in the Pokemon Center? Hello, you're out late. We hope to see you again. You know, that job. I'm not going to rearrange the party right now. I actually don't know if there's any battling to do in this episode. Given that I do have a pretty specific plan for this one, but let's see. Oh, and now it's Hugh and his sister. Hey, my sis has something she wants to tell you. Black 2? My Purloin. It evolved, but thank you very much for finding it. There's more, right? Black 2? These days I've been having dreams about a Pokemon called Zoroark. It was calling your name, Black 2. I don't really get it, but I hear that the Zoroark from her dreams is on Victory Road. That's what she wanted to say. Be seeing you. Oh, almost forgot. Congrats on becoming the champion. I called it. You've got good instincts. Thanks, Hugh. Okay, so that's kind of weird, right? Why is she having dreams about N's Zoroark? Or N himself, if you believe the fan theory that I don't want to believe. I suppose there's no reason... It raises an interesting question. Can Zoroark cause dreams in people? I suppose if an illusion is basically a sensory trick, could illusion powers give people dreams? I don't know how dreams work, like, biologically. But I suppose it's not that big a stretch, but it is kind of weird, eerie, mystical. Gives a little bit more mystery to N. That he contacts me that way by giving dreams to Hugh's sister. Assuming it's something intentional on his part. Kind of odd all around, huh? Where's Hugh's house? Does it have a sign outside that says Hugh's house? I'm not sure it does. I want to see if he and his sister are there and if they'll say anything more to me. I don't think it's this house. Also, this is not the way they went. But let's just be thorough. Why would Hugh's sister be the point of contact? Did the Leopard do something? Well, how would it? Is this Hugh's sister? Know what? My big brother told me something. He said to talk to the Leopard inside the Pokeball lots and lots, like I'm doing until it remembers me, and to pet it even if it's just on the outside of the Pokeball. Nice, getting it socialized again. Good stuff. Hugh's room is interesting, huh? I assume this is Hugh's room. He's got a color scheme that he likes. It does look good. The black and purple. He's got a big map of Unova. I guess so he could scour the region for that purloin. But that's all done now. And Hugh had some character growth along the way. You'll have to see it. Now. I want to go back to, I think it was called the Cave of Being. Now that it's a post-game, I should be able to set up a few legendary encounters for later. Not going to do them right away, but we can set them up in the right places. Also, is there something here that I want to set up for later? I don't remember. Probably not. Remember when that hiker was blocking the road? Oh, you're not a good enough trainer to go through here. As if he's the authority. That feels like a long time ago now. What a playthrough it's been. And of course, we're not quite done yet. Where am I going? This way? Yeah, it's over here. Even the area even kind of looks like one of the lakes in Sinnoh. Kind of odd that they chose to tie the legendaries in this way, but I appreciate the effort to give them all individual tie-ins. I mean, they didn't do all of them. There are a lot of legendaries for past generations that you can't catch in Black and White too, but there are a decent number that you can, and they tried to really integrate them into the Unova region in some way. I understand why they can't keep doing that with all these different legendaries over and over, and they pivoted to things like eventually Ultra Warp Ride and Dynamax Adventures, but the effort was nice while they tried. Again, I don't think it would be a realistic expectation for current games. This is not a current games fell off thing. This is just, they probably couldn't keep doing this all the time. But I appreciate that they tried while they could. Why, if it isn't Black 2, there's someone with a Pokedex. That's someone with a Pokedex for you, noticing a place like this. Still, this space. It's hard to put into words, but it feels full of something. Okay, a mysterious presence can be felt. Oh. I'm not controlling the player character. I stepped into the puddle, and then my player character stepped himself into the middle there. And here's Yuxi. This is Kyun. Here's Maspret. Kyun. And Dialga. Just kidding. Azelf. Kyun. And Azelf. Yep. Yuxi went flying off somewhere. Maspret went flying off somewhere. Azelf went flying off somewhere. We'll go to each of those somewheres in turn, not just yet, but now the encounters are set up. Those three are Yuxi, Mesprit, and Azelf. They're thought to be the Pokemon that gave us knowledge, emotion, and willpower. Still, I wonder where those three went. Hey, Black 2, look all over the Unova region and try to find them. I remember roughly where all of them are. But the goal right now is not to look all over the Unova region. The goal is to Make some movies, because I've been neglecting to do that while I've been out having a Pokemon journey instead, and the fans are no doubt starved for content. That's right, I'm just going to play through a bunch of Pokestar Studios. That's the main plan for this episode. I wouldn't have even tacked on the Cave of Being stuff if I could do it before the post-game. This is where I go, right? Once again, early journey. Haven't been here in a while at this point. So. Ooh, new script. Bryson Man strikes back. Bryson and I have fans. I want to see us collab. A lot of new scripts, I think. Smash hit from my last movie, which apparently was Time Gate Traveler. Let's go. So I did Bryson Man. I think it's time for Bryson Man Strikes Back. The evil masked man appears at the port where a cruise ship is docked. Last for 5 scenes, don't knock out your foe. Okay, so it's kind of like The Empire Strikes Back. I'm guessing I don't actually win this one. If I'm supposed to not knock out my foe, right? There's probably a third part to come after. Let's go. Be provided with the perfect Pokemon for the part. There's Bryson. You ever battle Bryson in this game? I don't think so. Like, outside of a movie. But maybe you do, and I've forgotten. The goal is not to battle, the goal is to entertain. For right now. Last 5 turns, don't knock him out. Okay. Movie star Bryson sent out Honchkrow. I think he had Poniard and Vullaby in the first movie, right? So he's really been upgrading his team while sticking to the dark types. I've got a Lucario now, instead of a Riolu. Checking the script is important, so let's do that. The line you choose is important. Okay, and then scene 2, protect from the foe's attack. And scene 3 and scene 4. For scene 1, the only instruction is that the line I choose is important. For scene 2, for all the other scenes, I'm supposed to protect myself from his attacks. Lucario knows Protect, Endure, and Force Palm. Okay. Let's go ahead and use... There's no instruction to protect myself this turn. And... I'm going to be spamming Protect and Endure over the next few turns. Surely Force Palm doesn't one-shot. Let's go for that turn 1. Right, we heighten the drama as I make an attempt to stand up to Bryson Man, but I just can't do it. Lucario Kid, get out of my way. One of my dialogue options is bathroom? I wonder if that's a joke from Japanese that didn't quite translate. Why would I? Arg, shut your mouth. Okay. Now I just spam Protect and Endure, I think. His Honchkrow used Thief and did not steal my leftovers, which I'm guessing means it has an item already. Yeah, a scope. Oh, a scope lens. Well then, yeah, I better make sure I protect my Lucario here. He knows the scope lens super luck strats. Can you actually just alternate Protect and Endure without them failing? I don't know. Nope. But if he's going for Thief, that's fine. I didn't think it would be guaranteed to work. Now, I think I was supposed to have a dialogue option in Scene 3. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to just be using Protect the whole time and not Endure. Although, why do I have Endure in the set, then? I might have goofed a little bit there. Well, I thought of both of them as protecting my Pokemon in their own ways. It looks like I was supposed to have a dialogue option in Scene 3, and I didn't, so I don't know what happened there. But anyway, that's the movie. Hopefully it is a little bit more entertaining on the big screen, because I didn't do a whole lot there. They'll put some movie magic on it, and we'll see what happens. Alright, let's go watch it, shall we? Will I go to the theater right away? Yes. Bryson Man Strikes Back. Let's go. There we go. Don't underestimate masked men, is what Bryson Man said as he swam away. That was an odd movie. I guess it was not an Empire Strikes Back situation. The scenario I didn't realize was I was trying to prevent Bryson Man from boarding a ship, and so I successfully stalled him out there. Another win for Lucario Kid, formerly Riolu Kid. The writing was kind of strange on that one, though. We got pretty far into the interaction with Bryson Man still being like, you again? I don't know about that one. I don't know what audiences thought of the Leftovers animation playing repeatedly in the movie. It was very unclear through most of it what Bryson Man wanted to do. The Black Diamond stuff kind of comes out of nowhere toward the end, but maybe it's setting up for something else later in the series, right? But as a standalone movie, that was pretty strange, I think. Also, they said that audiences were clamoring to get me and Bryson back together on screen, but I know you can't see the bottom screen. There were 6 people in that audience. They seemed to like the movie. They were on the edge of their seats at some points, and they clapped at the end. But there were 6 people, though. I don't know what kind of money that one made. Guess we'll find out from Studio now. A spectacular hit. Wow. I guess I was just at the wrong showing. I can check my performance here, right? Wow, the first one only made 28 billion. This one made 52.8 billion. By far my most lucrative movie so far. Why were there only 6 people at my screening? Well, hey. I'm not gonna complain about suffering from success in the industry. Let's see if there's another Bryson Man to do. Maybe we'll find out what he needs that Black Diamond for. Bryson Man Strikes Back 2. Alright, even the titles are getting away from us a little bit at this point, but... let's see. Everything is on the line in this battle of good versus evil. Knockout special effects prop H1 in 15 scenes. Ignoring other foes is okay. That's more like it. We're fighting special effects prop H1. I think you can battle Bryson Man himself. Like, he participates in the battle as if he's a Pokemon, using his dark secret arts or whatever he says. So I think that's what we're going to get here. But let's see what happens. Get that trusty Lucario. That's not Bryson. I got someone standing in for him, I guess, on the green screen, but okay. Suit actor Craig. Not quite the same as working with Bryson. But there's prop H1. Our levels have gone up a bit. What is this, a gigantic machine? And Bryson Man, do you come out of a machine that's attached to the gigantic machine? Oh, Bryson Man is a battleship that he developed himself called the Bryson Jet. Maybe I'm... he got the Black Diamond? He actually caught up to that ship by swimming? Maybe he had... well, he didn't have the Bryson Jet yet. He needed the Black Diamond for that. He actually swam to catch up with the luxury liner, snuck in and stole the Black Diamond. Okay, so I did lose last movie. It just didn't look like it. And now he's got his Bryson cannon. So I guess that's what I'm fighting? I'll find out when I watch the finished movie. But I guess he was right. I shouldn't underestimate masked men. Anyway. I must do this. I had the options to be more confident, less confident. That one seemed fitting to me. Okay, scene 2. Determine the prop's type. Pay attention to your foe's switches, scene 3. Huh. Okay. I have to do some dialogue, pay attention to switches, and then from scene 6 on, it's looking for me to deal a decisive blow. But yeah, for this one, it's determine the type. Apparently its type is Dark and Psychic. I guess I have to use a move that will show that? Oh, it has an eject button. Pay attention to the switches. Okay, and then he has a Zoroark and a Mandibuzz. Dark and Psychic. How do I determine its type? I have Quick Attack, Endure, and Reversal. Quick Attack and Reversal are both neutral into Dark and Psychic, so that's not what this is. Unless this is actually the Lucario. I don't know what is the best thing to do here. I think I'm going to go for Reversal. Because if this is Lucario, then it's super effective. That doesn't really make sense with the prompt that I'm given, but I don't have a I don't know a more obvious thing that I could do. I could quick attack, go first, activate the eject button, but maybe that's not what I want to do. My best guess here is reversal. I am faster, as it turns out. And there's the eject button. We'll see what that means for the movie. Here's Mandibuzz. Oh, that was scene 1. Oh, maybe I was supposed to use Endure there. I think I messed up. That was scene 1, not scene 2. Now I'm supposed to determine its type, and it's not even on screen. I think I messed up. Go for Endure here. Which is probably what I was supposed to do last scene. Oh no, this is the Zoroark. It goes for Flamethrower here. Yeah, but that doesn't give me what I'm supposed to do here. Pay attention to the foe's switches. Well, I'm just gonna reversal this Zoroark. But yeah, I did things in the wrong order. I guess I got in my head that the dialogue was scene 1, and then I was already on scene 2, but I was not on scene 2. I hadn't entered a move yet. Sash Zoroark. Does it just knock me out with Flamethrower now, so I fail the movie? Okay. I was not planning to do any do-overs. Oh no, I have another Lucario. Okay. I feel like we're way off script here. Grr, cough, cough. What is he talking about? Now's my chance. That last line was pretty dreadful. Wait, what did you want? Oh, this movie's going so badly. This is not going to be the sequel the fans wanted after the smash hit Bryson Man Strikes Back. Well, I have Fury Cutter, Force Palm, and Swords Dance. Was I supposed to switch in the other Lucario turn 1? Okay, lesson learned. I need to look at what Pokemon I have. Because I could have used Fury Cutter on turn 2 to determine the type of the thing. Well, let's use Fury Cutter right now. There's the prop again. Let's check the script. Okay. I don't think this knocks it out, even though... Yeah. And then from next turn on... I was not planning to do any do-overs. I was just going to get however far I got in each series. But... if this one bombs, because I played so badly, made a bunch of silly mistakes, I might redo this one. Just this once. We'll see. Maybe not. We'll see how I'm feeling after I watch the movie. Yes, let's release it. I made it, so I'm sure it's good. I'm a movie star. A Pokestar, you could say. Show me Bryson Man Strikes Back 2. Let's go. Wow, look at us letting a masked man go free just because we've realized we really enjoy fighting him. Also, why does everyone hate that "now's my chance" line so much? The audience... You might have heard the sound effect even if you couldn't see it. The audience fell asleep when I said that line in the movie. It was a bigger audience than last time, still not a full room, but at least a few more people, and they all fell asleep on that line. What do they want me to say? That said, they woke up very quickly when the battle got going again, and they applauded at the end. So I made some silly mistakes, but that movie might have turned out okay. Let's find out. A spectacular hit. Let's go. How much did that one make? Probably not as much as Bryson Man Strikes Back 1, right? Although there were more people in my room for... Oh, I am wrong. 97.2 billion. That is a new high for sure. Still don't know when I get to see any of that money. But, I guess I better keep giving the people what they want, huh? Bryson Man. Seems to be what they want. And I actually was right. I did fight Bryson Man in that one with his jet acting as the trainer. Makes you wonder what all the hype about his weapon was about, but, sure. Looks like that might be the end of the Bryson Man trilogy, though. Let's just go in order here. Even though I've started Time Gate Traveler, let's do Invaders first. A UFO appears in a major metropolis. The UDF, whatever that is, rushes to the scene. Knock out LGM in 7 scenes. Don't knock out any other Pokemon. So I might have to manipulate things a little bit to get the position I need. Okay. Suit actor Creed this time, not the same suit actor as last time. Maybe I'll have a favorite suit actor by the time I'm done here. We can only hope. I have a Herdier. Okay, Rug and Roll Up, but don't knock out any other Pokemon. I'll probably have to use Roar or something, right? But let's actually check what Pokemon I have this time. It's only Herdier. It has a King's Rock. And it knows Roar and Bite. So yeah, I'm definitely going to want to use Roar, but let's be sure about the script. Switch your opponent's Pokemon. Use a move the foe's type is weak to, is basically it the rest of the way. So it's Roar and then spam Bite. Wonder what this will look like with some movie magic applied. Like what the Roggenrola is doing there. So it's 3 scenes of spamming Bite, and then from scene 5 on I can knock it out. But I guess if I have to use Bite, then I guess it's just calculated so that I probably won't knock it out more quickly than that. I don't know! That Bite did a lot. An elderly woman? Uh-oh. Oh no! Aye! Behind you! Behind you! The body of the UFO is starting to glow. This elderly woman is in danger. I'll block it here. I could have said, I can't stand it, run, but I don't know why I would say I can't stand it in that situation. Just acting stressed? Nah, I'm a brave hero, here to save the day. And I followed the script and the LGM is already knocked out. The movie seems to have ended more quickly than it's supposed to, but maybe not. Because, I mean, I think that works, right? I find my resolve to save this elderly woman, and then boom, knock out the LGM. Makes sense to me. But let's see. That was Invaders, right? Yeah. Wow, that was dramatic. That woman was ready to die. There were some other characters thrown in, popping up here and there. Clearly a scene of panic. A cliffhanger ending. The UDF is the Unova Defense Force. I guess I could have figured that one out. That was really something. Unsurprisingly, it was a spectacular hit. Can I make the sequel right now? I don't feel like I need to check the revenue from every single movie at this point. I know that I'm making big money for Studio, even though he pays me none of it. I'm just in it for the love of the game, I guess. And it's time for Invaders 2. Let's go. The mysterious woman's experiment. The decoy plan is made clear. That's very mysterious. Knock out special effects prop U1 with Zap Cannon. Don't knock it out with any other move. Is that 50% accuracy going to cause me trouble, or is my Pokemon going to have, like, Lock On or Mind Reader? Guess we'll find out. Also, I guess, I don't know what the deal was with the UFO having a Roggenrola, but I guess the point of using Roar on it was to get it away from the civilians, right? Anyway, let's see what's going on here. I'm fighting a scientist, or I'm acting opposite a scientist. The mysterious woman, I guess. Also known as Actress Tallulah. Ooh, Prop U1 is dangling from the ceiling, you see that? It's not on the ground, it's suspended. I have a Clang. It's my only Pokemon. Holding a Steel Gem. Ability is plus. It knows Gear Grind, Lock On, and Zap Cannon, so it is Lock On, Zap Cannon, okay. Not surprising. The prop is a flying and electric type with counter, recover, bubble beam, and signal beam, and bright powder. Okay. I'm sure bright powder makes no difference to lock on, right? And script says, ensure your attack is on target. The line you choose is important. So to lock on this scene, and then there's dialogue. It is just alternate lock on and zap cannon. Okay. The deal a decisive blow stuff starts at scene 7. I don't know if it hurts me at all if the movie ends earlier than that. I don't know how I would avoid it when I'm just following exactly the moves that the script tells me to make, but... I mean, the last movie was a spectacular hit, even though I ended it earlier than the script said, so maybe that doesn't matter. In any case, I do just alternate lock on and zap cannon here. Counter is not going to do anything for the prop, which apparently is a UFO. Maybe a decoy one that we're testing? What is this for? Okay, my dialogue options says focus energy from your Pokemon on the UFO. My dialogue options are on it. Option 2, what? Option 3, irk, don't flip out. I don't know why I would choose anything except on it, although that last one is very funny. Irk. Alright, don't flip out. Here comes the zap cannon. Irk. I was confused for a second that it got paralyzed, but it is an electric type, but of course this is Gen 5. Electric types can be paralyzed in this generation. I forgot for a second there. And it looks like Zap Cannon does little enough damage that I don't have to worry about wrapping this up too quickly, if that's even a thing. Nice full para. Yeah, should be fine. Actually, land this Zap Cannon. I don't think it KOs. The next instruction, I think, is land a decisive blow. Deliver a decisive blow, yes. That's what it is for the remaining 3 scenes. So I actually think maybe I'm supposed to go for Zap Cannon here without lock on. But that's less than a 50% chance to hit when you account for the bright powder. And I only have 2 PP left. It was unfavorable to actually land one. I don't know if I'm supposed to use lock on, but that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play it safe. Just actually stick with the alternating I've been doing. This prop has taken a ton of full paras, which I think is probably not scripted, right? I think random chance still happens in Pokestar Studios battles. I guess that's part of the movie magic, how they get that authentic battle feel, that it kind of is authentic battle to an extent, although there's a loose script. It was crazy that it was fully paralyzed so many times, assuming that I'm right and it is random. But now, time to go watch Invaders 2. Not the most exciting to make, but should be an interesting one. I wonder what is going on with that mysterious scientist. Let's find out. There were 5 people in that screening. 5! After Invaders 1 was such a strong start to the series, with an obvious sequel hook. They liked the movie at least, which, I mean, that's good for them. That was a weird movie. I don't know about that one. It was completely unclear through most of the run what the point of anything was, what was going on. The battle was pretty repetitive. But the people liked it. It was probably a smash hit. A spectacular hit, once again. Black 2, the character here is kind of funny, because he makes noises like blah and irk. Really getting in character there. E might be an alien? Enigma E? Who knows? Well, we're talking about the UFOs as if they themselves are living creatures. The dialogue was very heavy on that, so I don't know what the deal is. But that kind of movie, though, is why I wanted to make sure to do some more Pokestar Studios in this playthrough, because there's so many of those weird prop Pokemon and stuff. It's a really odd minigame that's very different from anything else in the series, so I wanted to give it proper attention in this slow-paced, detailed playthrough. And that's why we're going to keep going. There's surely an Invaders 3 now, right? Maybe we'll get some more insight on what the deal is with these UFOs. I've even begun to look like a movie star recently. What does that mean? There was a nice sound effect, but what's going on? Am I getting famous? Can I finally be paid now? That's a silly question, isn't it? It's like I got to achieve some kind of upgrade, but I don't know what. Maybe I just get more money for the studio. Great. However, it's time for Invaders 3. The UFO returns. The decoy plan is put in motion. Knock out BHM in 7 scenes. Don't knock out any other foes. Okay, well, I think I have more of an idea of what's going on now. But let's see. Suit actor Creed once again. Some of the Fair Seed and a BHM. Clearly an upgrade on what he had last time he appeared. I have a Volibye. Looks like that's my only Pokemon. Big Packs, no item. Whirlwind, Thief, Rest, Pluck. So this is... They are clearly rehashing some of the battle details from the first part, which hopefully the people will enjoy. Rest is an interesting move to have here. Whirlwind, Thief, Rest, and Pluck. Steal the foe's item, scene 1. So I use Thief first, then I use Whirlwind. Use the foe's item is the instruction for the next few scenes. The Fair Seed has a Chesto Berry. So I'm supposed to use Rest, I guess, before this is over. But I have like 3 scenes in a row where the instruction is use the foe's item. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to take something from the BHM as well. It also has a Chesto Berry. Okay. Yeah, 3 scenes in a row, the instruction is use the foe's item. My best guess is I use Thief, then Whirlwind, Rest, Thief, Rest, and then I attack. And if that's wrong, then the script was written confusingly and it's the studio's fault. Oh, look at that Thief animation. Yoink. Leech Seed. Uh-oh. Is Volibye really going to take out the BHM in 2 turns after all this nonsense? Maybe the UFOs will win. We'll see. Why hasn't E contacted me? Oh, now she has. Wait, the decoy UFO isn't here? Did the UFO show up? We have to accept some collateral damage. Did the UFO show up before we were ready? I have 4 dialogue options here. I can say, about the collateral damage, I can say, is that so? I can say, whatever. I can say, no! Or I can say, you're serious. Let's be heroic. So emotional. Okay, alright, E. I mean, so the instruction for the next 3 scenes is use the foe's item. I'm interpreting that... Actually, yeah, Thief does damage as well, so it might be enough to KO if I weave it in one of those turns. I'm interpreting that as rest, then Thief, then rest, and then Thief until it's over. I think it's the most reasonable interpretation I can come up with. It is awkward, though, with the Leech Seed damage, right? If I spend a turn using rest. But I'm doing what the script tells me to do. Yoink. Can I say that in the movie? Can I say yoink? That seems like something this character would say. Bwah! Give me your item. Irk. My health is low. Time to rest. Do I really win this? Well, if I don't, it's the script's fault. I did my best. I have no regrets. Oh, I have pluck! I could have used this item in 1 turn. That's what I was supposed to do. It's not the script's fault. Does that make sense? No, because I'm not asleep when I'm using pluck. Oh, well, I got a crit. Again, don't know if that's scripted or not. I might have just been very lucky there. But okay, it all worked out in the end. Time for another spectacular hit. Never should have doubted myself. I'm a movie star now. I even look like one. Let's go see it. Invaders 3, here we go. Open for a packed house. What a movie! That brought the tension right back. That was not a packed house, but the audience loved it, of course. That was definitely a spectacular hit. You could even call it a critical hit. And I was right that he was an alien, but I didn't see the betrayal coming. Turns out she wasn't even on our side. And it sounds like there might be an Invaders 4 coming up. What will happen in that one? Let's go find out by making it happen. Invaders 4. The truth behind the mysterious woman, humanity's final battle begins. Knock out special effects prop U2 in 10 scenes. Don't knock out any other foes. Is that prop going to be a UFO? Will I be battling E? Like, will E participate on the battlefield? Bryson Man did in one of his movies. Oh, there's Tallulah again. It's time for a confrontation with E, I think. Molga. Is the UFO using Pokemon it stole from people, like Team Plasma? Did the movie take some inspiration from Team Plasma? Totally plausible, huh? Yeah, he is an alien. Is she gonna look different in the movie? Find out, I guess. A phony UFO test to absorb energy from my Pokemon. That's why I had to use Zap Cannon. She said if I used Gear Grind... Hang on. I could say, you tricked me! Or I could say, what? Or I could say, it's over. She said if I used Gear Grind, it would damage the thing, but she was actually harvesting the energy from all those Zap Cannons. That thing wasn't fully paralyzed, it was just storing up energy. And it was indistinguishable from a real UFO because it was a real UFO. The clues were all there. Okay, I have a Reuniclus and a Crocorock. Reuniclus is holding leftovers as overcoat. It knows Trick, Recover, and Psywave. Crocorock knows Rock Tomb, Earthquake, and Roar. Interesting. And it's holding a Rock Gem. And it has Intimidate. Emolga is holding an Iron Ball. Trick to take Iron Ball and give it back? Maybe. We'll check the script in a moment. It knows Volt Switch. Oh, Trick to take the Iron Ball and then maybe she Volt Switches out. That would make sense. Volt Switch, Quick Attack, Pursuit, and Light Screen. And then Prop U2 is Psychic and Electric type, holding leftovers, and knows Ice Beam, Dark Pulse, Hyper Beam, and Flamethrower. Classic moveset. I think I'm probably on the right track, but let's see what the script says. Pay attention to your foe's item, then switch your Pokemon, switch your opponent's Pokemon, switch your Pokemon. Don't be afraid to make sacrifices. Pay attention to your foe's item. Use a move the foe is weak to a bunch of times, deliver a decisive blow. It's a little bit vague. Pay attention to your foe's item doesn't necessarily mean take it away with Trick. But that is my instinct here. And then I switch to Crocorock. I use Roar. I switch back to Reuniclus. And then probably I trick the prop. And let Reuniclus go down and then knock it out with Crocorock. That's what I'm getting out of this. Let's go for Trick here. Emolga trying to overcome the Iron Ball with Quick Attack. And I guess it doesn't Volt Switch out. More feeling? What do you want from me? Now I switch to Crocorock. That did some damage. Now I use Roar, and then next turn I switch back to Reuniclus. And then I think I use Trick again. Quite the plot to defeat whatever this is. Mothership, or UFO, or E herself. Probably the Mothership, considering E's dialogue here. Journey is at last at an end. Home planet completely destroyed by a supernova explosion. Trying to take over the Earth, huh? One small problem. Humans and Pokemon are here. The planet is already at maximum capacity. I can say, we humans are awesome. I am tempted to say that. I can also say, oh, I get you all right, which I guess means I agree with her. But I'm going to say, no, there's another way. Fine, to talk about ideals. It's the Unova region. We talk about ideals all day. Sometimes truth, too. Alright, yeah, switch to Reuniclus next. Just making sure I was remembering correctly after all that dialogue. Oh, I give an Iron Ball to it, and then I can use Krokorok ground move on it, right? That's probably the idea here. Does that make sense? This one's not a flying type, right? It's a psychic and electric type, but it has levitate, so yeah. That's why I have to give it the Iron Ball, I think. Pay attention to the foe's item. I think means I use Trick here. And I'm prepared for Reuniclus to get knocked out. Now, the Mothership, or if that's what that is, has to touch the ground. Use a move the foe is weak to, but I think Reuniclus is just getting knocked out here. Anyway, my only attack is Psywave. We drop to Dark Pulse. But that gets Krokorok back in. I've done a lot of maneuvering. Sacrificed a lot of HP on my Pokemon. About 3/4 of their total. So that I can Earthquake this prop. Why do I have a Rock Gem on Krokorok? If I'm not using Rock Tomb. Well, fine with me. It just keeps going for Dark Pulse. Krokorok surely takes that. Even in the movies, NPCs just stay using Dark-type attacks into Krokorok. Very like the journey of a certain champion from 2 years ago. Don't know what it is about people in this region, but that's how it goes. And the Mothership, I assume, is defeated, but I guess now we better go watch the movie and find out. Whoa, the screens are full! I don't have to end another movie's run. Okay. Goodbye, Invaders 1. Surely people have seen that by now. Details? What details can I check? Oh, the box office gross. 25.2 billion on that one. Invaders 1, you can give way to Invaders 4. People can still watch Invaders 2 and 3 to get caught up. But surely everyone's seen Invaders 1 by now, right? If you haven't seen Invaders 1, what have you been doing with your life in the last hour? Show me Invaders 4. Humanity's ultimate struggle. Still not a full audience, even for humanity's ultimate struggle, but a decent audience. Interesting movie. Some twists and turns toward the end there. I guess the prop we defeated was a UFO, not the mothership. We got a glimpse of the mothership. That thing was huge! Very convenient that as soon as the UFO is defeated, the mothership automatically decides that the planet is dangerous and it must leave. I also was not ready for E's true appearance. I actually, years ago, when this game was a lot newer, I did sit down and play a bunch of Pokestar Studios at some point, but I've forgotten a lot of the details, including how far I got in each series, as well as what happened and so on. So I'm still getting surprised by the movie magic at some points. I didn't remember what E was going to look like, or her role in the story, or any of that. I'm watching these movies with you. Unless you know them in detail. That was fun. And that was probably the end of the Invaders series, right? A spectacular hit. Well, yeah, of course. Here, let's actually check how this series performed. Okay. Okay. Oh, 132 billion for Invaders 3, and then Invaders 4, almost 300 billion. I'm a star, alright. And it is probably time to jump to another series. I do like all these Invaders posters, but it's time for them to go. One by one. Lots more weird props and stuff to fight. I also like that this minigame is kind of like a battle puzzle to an extent. It's a super interesting take on what you can do with Pokemon battling as a minigame. All around. And the game puts it right in your face with a lot of glitz and glamour, but still, I mean, people obviously noticed all this weird stuff, but it feels like it got less attention back in the day than it could have. There's some real creativity that went into this. Anyway. Time for Big Monster. Another UDF movie from the looks of it. A giant organism appears and the UDF goes into action. Last for 4 scenes. Don't knock out your opponent. Here we go. And all that creativity. New actress Callie. She's new to this, huh? All that creativity just for a silly minigame that some players paid a lot of attention to, no doubt, but many didn't. And it's very in your face, but still kind of tucked away in a side area that you only have to go to once. Briefly in the whole story. While there's still so much else going on in this region, too. They really did something special with Black 2 and White 2. I didn't always see it. Some of that's just where I was in my personal Pokemon journey when the games came out. But it's there. I've got a Slowbro. With a Citrus Berry. Slack Off, Brine, and Recycle. Oh man, what am I... Oh, because I'm supposed to stall this out, right. But I probably don't want to be using Brine, because I don't want to knock the Tyranitar out. Pay attention to your Pokemon's HP is the only instruction in every single scene. Well, surely Brine will not one-shot it. But I'll be slower than Tyranitar, so I should probably just use Slack Off. Probably every turn. Maybe there's reason to weave in a Recycle at some point, but let's see. Giga Impact. Oh, okay. If this activates my Citrus Berry, Tyranitar has to recharge on the next turn. That's pretty safe. Recycle, except that I didn't even use my item, so it's fine. Right back up to full. Before the Sandstorm damage. A gigantic Tyranitar. Yeek! Everyone, this way! I could have said, you're in my way, but that's not a very UDF-like thing to say. Tyranitar has to recharge here. I'm just gonna use Slack Off. I think I should just use Slack Off every turn. I am, after all, not at full. Pretty simple script, but it is the first movie in the series. Maybe the series gets more interesting. There we go, last scene, one more Slack Off. And that's that. I hope audiences are ready to watch a Slowbro rest up for an entire movie. Well, I'm sure the producers will manufacture some drama. That's a weird way to word that. It's a scripted movie, it's fiction. They'll work some drama into it. Everybody's seen the Invaders series by now. Invaders 2 can make room for this. And we'll just dedicate that one theater slot to however long this big monster series goes. Did I get the name of the movie right? Yeah, Big Monster. Let's go. Okay, not the most interesting movie, but the audience liked it. A mysterious light and a titanic Tyranitar. Kind of sounds like Callie is playing the Dynamax phenomenon a few generations early, but probably not. Obviously, a giant Tyranitar coming out of the sea is a Godzilla reference, but we'll see what happens. That movie set up some mysteries. As I protected a town by getting the Tyranitar to please calm down and go home. Love when that works. Look at that poster. Big Monster 2, let's go. When you don't have the rights to Godzilla. Big Monster. The UDF rushes into action when an odd scream is heard during patrol. Knockout prop M1 in 15 scenes. Wow, okay. Don't know what to expect from this one. Is this the series with the Mecha Tyranitar? Guess we'll find out. This is not Callie. Who's this? Comedian Masahiko? Comedian? Is this a comedy movie? I've got a Slowbro once again. I have two Pokemon. Slowbro. No item. Light Screen, Slack Off, Sunny Day, Brine. Okay. And Typhlosion. Overheat, Sunny Day, Blaze, no item. Am I trying to set up for a big overheat to knock this thing out? Weird Slowbro set. Kind of straining the suspension of disbelief a little bit, but the prop is a Steel type. It has Analytic with Ironhead, Surf, Spark, and Earthquake. The only instruction for Scene 1 is the line you choose is important. Scene 2 says use the weather. Then I'm supposed to not be afraid to make sacrifices, and use a move the opponent is weak to from then on. So I don't know what I'd do this turn. I think Light Screen would make sense. Because I think I'm supposed to use Sunny Day next turn, then let Slowbro get knocked out, and then spam Overheat. I think Light Screen is probably the most helpful thing I can do toward that end on this turn, so let's set that up. Digiga. If this is the Mecha Tyranitar series, then this series is Dynamax and Iron Thorns, a few generations early. MT, that's probably Mecha Tyranitar, right? Fighting against MT with that worker nearby is dangerous. I could say, ugh, it's scary. I can say, this way, MT. I can say, hey, scrap heap. Or I can say, over here. So I know which one I want to pick out of that list. Digigon! Alright, Sunny Day. Is this not KO? Uh-oh. I think the script's been derailed a little bit. Uh-oh. Was I supposed to use Sunny Day last turn? I mean, last scene was use the weather. This scene is don't be afraid to make sacrifices. It came across to me like I was supposed to use Sunny Day last turn, and then Slowbro would be knocked out this turn. But I guess I'll go for Sunny Day with Typhlosion and hope we can salvage this thing. But maybe I was supposed to use Sunny Day in Scene 1. The script did not make that clear. Sometimes the puzzle is more of a vague riddle. Which is one thing that's a little bit odd. But I guess if I'm not going to do a do-over, because this is going to be a way longer episode than I expected anyway. But if this movie doesn't work out, then at least I'll have an idea of how to adjust if I were to redo. Dialogue options. I'll turn you to scrap. I'll be cautious. Bring it on! And scary. So, should I say I'll be cautious, or should I say I'll turn you to scrap? That's an easy choice, I think. Although I already called it a scrap heap, so my insults are getting a little incoherent. Well, let's go ahead and turn it to scrap right now with this overheat. Oh, I'm probably in blaze range too, right? So I'm just setting up for that one big blast. MT goes down. I guess the movie worked out as intended, even if It doesn't exactly match the script. I do set up... That's gonna be good on the big screen, right? Set up for that one big blaze-boosted, sun-boosted overheat that takes the thing out in one shot. Pretty exciting. Big Monster 1. Step aside to make room for Big Monster 2. At least I think you can fail a movie and have to redo it to get to the sequel. And if I'm right, I'm not doing any do-overs because this is already going to take way longer than I thought it would. I can tell. However, let's keep the Godzilla reference going. Big Monster 2, Typhlosion Blast. Audience loved it. I was going to ask why we're so committed to calling it MT, but that's probably just a character limit thing, right? I wonder whether, like, M Tyranitar would have fit. MT is kind of awkward, but maybe they're doing what they could. That guy found it in a mysterious abandoned Pokeball. That's crazy. And Iron Thorns looks kind of rough in this generation, huh? Also noticed we reused the dock set from, well, not a set, it's a green screen, but we reused the dock background from Bryson Man Strikes Back, but audiences didn't seem to mind. Especially as it got burned to a crisp by that powerful Typhlosion Blast overheat. Great movie. But will we see more from MT? As we commit to calling it that? This was just empty now. The poster's gone, I guess because I just removed an Invaders movie for... Oh no, I didn't remove an Invaders movie. I removed Big Monster 1 for Big Monster 2, and that means a blank poster? That's awkward. We'll fix that in due time. I gotta know what happens with MT next. Will it get a proper name? Or will we just keep calling it that? It's time to shoot Big Monster 3. Let's go. The Titanic Tyranitar reappears. The mysterious light's true identity. We're gonna take on Iron Thorns and Eternatus. Knock out all foes in 15 scenes. Let's go. Callie's back. Well, that's not surprising considering the mysterious light. Actually, it said the Titanic Tyranitar returns. Will MT be in this one? She has 2 Pokemon. Maybe she's both. Tyranitar and MT. I have a Starmie and something else. Can I Mega Evolve this Starmie? Probably not. But, you know, since we're doing things multiple generations early here, I think it's a reasonable ask. Starmie and Slowbro. Starmie has a Focus Sash, Illuminate, great ability, and knows Reflect, Recover, and Brine. Slowbro knows Withdraw, Amnesia, Rain Dance, and Brine, and has a Citrus Berry. Am I trying to do a bulky, tanky game? Wear it down with Brine boosted by the rain? Well, that depends, I think, on what the script says. Callie has Tyranitar. Scope Lens! Uh-oh, that's not going to be good for a tanky game. And she has another Tyranitar. No MT, I guess. MT was just a one-off? Well, who am I to question the writers on this one? Both of her Tyranitar have Scope Lens. That violates Item Clause. But I guess Big Movie doesn't care. Strengthen your defenses. Then it's use a move the foe's type is weak to. Use the weather. And then just spam super effective attacks to knock it out. Okay, so there's nothing in there to switch. This is to switch. So my guess is I set Reflect this turn. Then I go for Brine, and Starmie's probably knocked out around that point, and then I set up Rain Dance with Slowbro and spam Brine. That's what this looks like to me. So Reflect first. And there should be a dialogue option in here. Hyper Beam. I didn't pay close attention to its moves. Imagine if that a crit, though. Grew! Show me your power. Who's talking to me? Huh? What? Stop messing around. Oh yeah, UDF Black 2 is, he's assertive. He's not messing around. I think I go for Brine next. Yeah. Seems like the last move to use on a Titanic Tyranitar that came out of the sea, but type matchups still work as normal, I guess. This is weird because I'm probably supposed to click Rain Dance here, but I still have Starmie on the field, so I'll just Brine again. Then Starmie will get knocked out, and then I can go for Rain Dance a turn late. I don't know. Special Tyranitar, I guess, is good for the movie. Firing off a powerful Hyper Beam or Dragon Pulse is a great visual. Rain Dance now, I guess. I do have Withdraw and Amnesia, but I'm supposed to just be using Weather and attacking at this point. Why am I faster, by the way? This is a slow bro. The UDF has really upped its game in this series, though. I'm getting these big attacks, like the sun-boosted, blaze-boosted overheat, and now the rain-boosted brine. Okay, the weather has changed, and my reflect is gone. Neither one of those was really ever of any use, but it is just to deliver a decisive blow from now until the last scene. So I think I just spam brine and hope for the best. It may be that the mysterious light wins this one. As Slowbro is defeated. I think I followed the script as best I could there. I don't know. I don't even know what I would do differently in a do-over. But like I said, I'm not doing do-overs. That's the movie that we get. It's going to slot in for... I'm going to keep Big Monster 2 for now so people can see the magic of MT and watch me defeat that thing. That's got to be the most... That's got to be maximum hype of the movies I've done so far. So I'm going to drop Invaders 3 for Big Monster 3. We might have to keep Big Monster 2 around for a bit. It doesn't get better than that overheat KO. But now, let's see how Big Monster 3 turned out. The Unova Defense Force might be in trouble. Let's see what production did with it. I don't think that one was a spectacular hit. The audience seemed confused. Also, I don't think they liked the script. At one point, they fell asleep while Callie was talking. My dialogue choice hadn't even come up yet, so I can't really take the blame for that one. I don't know what you do differently in that one. Maybe if I get that far in without having had a chance to use Rain Dance yet, I just don't bother with it, because it really... I think it was a detriment, right? Slowbro took an extra hit going for the Rain Dance. I think I should have just skipped it once I missed the cue, is my best guess. I don't know if I'll be getting another sequel for that one. It's going to a weird place, whatever the deal is. Something about stopping that man. I don't know the Godzilla reference, or maybe some other kaiju. I don't know my kaiju lore like that. I don't know what the deal is with Callie playing the king of the Titanic Tyranitar, having taken over her body. But maybe there's a plot with MT that the Titanic Tyranitar are trying to stop. That would seem to me to make sense. Don't know if we'll get to find out. How'd that movie do? Uh-oh. Folks, is this a bad, is this bad revenue? Did I do poorly at the box office? This movie lost more money than I've ever made. Look at that. Invaders 4. Invaders 4. A spectacular hit. Lost or made more than 100 billion less than Big Monster 3 lost. Do you think we're getting another sequel so we can finally turn this plot into something? What's up, Studio? What do you think? A complete flop, but quite a unique film in its own way. All right, well, he took that well. I've made him more money than that cumulatively. Where's my cup, by the way? I don't know if we're getting another Big Monster sequel, and I'm not doing do-overs. It's time to just jump to the next series. Put that unfortunate chapter in my acting career behind me. Yeah, there's no more script for Big Monster. Alright, what's the next series down? It is Time Gate Traveler. I've done the first one already. Time for the second. A shocking future awaits. Pokemon control people. We're doing Planet of the Apes now? Except that we know it's a time travel story from the get-go, so that's a bit of a difference. Maybe it's a reference to something else. But okay, we're gonna go back to our roots. Time Gate Traveler 1 was one of my early movies, and it was a success. Let's put Big Monster 3 behind us, and pick the Time Gate Traveler series back up. Do all the suit actors' names start with C? And is that some kind of gag that I don't understand? Anyway, here's a Prop K1, and I have a Duosion, which I think I had in Time Gate Traveler 1. Look at that continuity. Duosion is my only Pokemon. It's holding a sticky barb, and knows Skill Swap, Protect, and Rest. Okay, that's all pretty interesting. Prop K1 here is a fighting type. Oh, it's a black belt, right? I think I remember doing this one years ago, because Pokemon control people. It's like a Ledian or something as a trainer that sends out a black belt to fight me. Prop K1 knows Focus Punch, Mach Punch, and Taunt, and has a rocky helmet, and the ability Huge Power, so I'm probably supposed to take that away with the skill swap. Well, let's see what the script says. Protect yourself from attacks. The line you choose is important. Change your foe's ability. So protect yourself from attacks is first. So I use Protect. Makes sense, right? I'm in a mysterious future that I don't understand. They get the jump on me. I need to take a second. Find out what's going on here. It is a Ledian, I was right. Trainer Pokemon. They flipped the term. That's clever. Instead of Pokemon trainers, this future has trainer Pokemon. Lying is cowardice. Cowardice is a crime. You must be eliminated. Big talk from a Ledian. I'm not lying. Yeah, I definitely remember this one, vaguely. Okay. Change your foe's ability. Let's take away that Huge Power. Uh-oh, it went for Focus Punch. The good news is it's going to be a much weaker Focus Punch than it would have been with Huge Power. Boom. That's still a pretty big boom. He boomed me. I'm probably in Sticky Barb KO range. I don't even think I can use Protect this next turn. Pay attention to your Pokemon's HP. Oh, I'm paying attention. I think I have to use Rest here. And then the next thing is withstand the foe's next attack. So yeah, the weird priority on Focus Punch means I definitely get the Rest. So that's good. I'm sure Mach Punch would have KO'd. But the script, I guess, didn't say to go for that. Boom! And this is withstand the next attack. That's the next instruction in the script, and I don't know how I'm supposed to do that. For 2 more scenes? I'm asleep for 2 more turns. I'm asleep for the next 2 scenes. I'm gonna click Protect, but that does not help me take this Focus Punch. I don't know how I'm supposed to do this. What am I missing? Well, I'm not gonna figure it out. Rough end to that series, when that was supposed to be my big comeback. What was I supposed to do there? I think I... Pay attention to your Pokemon's HP. I had already used Skill Swap. What was my other move? Uh-oh. Hang on. Let's get rid of... Big Monster 3. That movie never happened. Not that this one will turn out better. I had Protect... I think I was in KO range of my own Sticky Barb. Oh, no, maybe I wasn't. And then maybe I was supposed to use Protect. And then Rest. And if I use Rest on the last scene, then the sleep turns don't matter. And if he just spams Focus Punch, my move always comes out first. I guess I can only assume that I was supposed to be able to take one more hit of Sticky Barb damage there. And I was supposed to Protect first and then Rest. So I think I just didn't find the right answer to the puzzle before I committed on that one. Hey, this channel is largely about me getting better at VGC. I never said anything about getting better at Pokestar Studios.
Wow, downer ending, especially in the Unova region with this movie's take on the relationship of people and Pokemon. I think that one was another flop. I'm pretty sure one or two members of the audience actually vanished from existence toward the end of the movie. Maybe that's supposed to represent them walking out. I don't know if they could do that in this game, but they just disappeared before my eyes. Or maybe I'd imagined them in the first place. I just need to think through, especially if I only have a couple turns left, need to think them through better, huh? Although I don't know if Duosion would have taken the sticky barb damage, but I think Protect and Arrest was the only way. I just needed to think things through more. No do-overs. This episode's already going to be longer than I anticipated. It's a shame. I do kind of like that series. I like the Ledian with holding a scepter-looking thing. It's such a simple edit to the sprite, but I do think it looks kind of neat. I also noticed, I don't think we're doing Planet of the Apes here for a few reasons, including that Ledian and I could have a conversation, and Ledian didn't seem surprised by that. But I also noticed it seemed to be all bug types living in the society, so I wonder if that's some other movie reference that I don't know. But wow, living the life of a wild Pokemon and determining that maybe they don't like it because there's no peace. I can see why an audience in Unova, after what this region has been through in the last couple of years, would feel so strongly about that one that they disappear from existence so they don't have to watch the end of it. It lost less money than Big Monster 3. But I'm not sure I'm still up in total revenue generated for Studio. Not that I care when he's not paying me. I just care about my career and my stardom. I need to get back on track. What's next? Returning to my roots did not help. I might have to try something different. Like a romance movie. Love and battles. A love story between trainers, romance is afoot at the street corner. And, of course, it has that classic romantic goal. Defeat all foes in 8 scenes. That's what I expect to see in romance. Let's go. Well, this director looks like one of the models in Lisa's gym. Easy okay? Start the filming. Alright, coming off a couple of flops, let's turn this thing around. Chic actress Alyssa. They found not just an actress to help me resurrect my career, but a chic actress. Hopefully that's good news. Why am I using a Lickitung in this movie? Argle arg arg. Is this a... Pokemon talk to the trainers in this one. Penelope is the trainer. I thought maybe our Smeargle and Lickitung were about to run away with each other from that Smeargle dialogue. But I think Smeargle just wants to battle and win. Prepare yourself, Penelope. But Penelope, she's starting to have some different feelings already. Okay, très bien. Let's go. I don't think that's how you spell très bien. Well, Lickitung has Oblivious, the ability that prevents it from being infatuated. That's kind of funny. Moves are Belly Drum, Defense Curl, and Rollout. Am I just setting up for maximum rollout damage here? The Smeargle knows... Whoa! Whoa! The Smeargle, which has a Mental Herb and Own Tempo. The two Pokemon clearly not buying into the romance so much. The Smeargle knows Mind Reader, Guillotine, Tail Whip, and Gastro Acid. So I better figure out the script for this one. Mind Reader and Guillotine on one side, Defense Curl and Rollout on the other side, with also Belly Drum. Raise your stats, pay attention to hidden effects. Those are the first two scenes. Pay attention to hidden effects and use hidden effects. So the question is, do I Belly Drum first, or do I just Defense Curl and Rollout? The hidden effect is that Defense Curl gets, or Rollout, Defense Curl gets a damage boost. The hidden effect is that Rollout gets a damage boost if you use Defense Curl before you use Rollout. That's been a mechanic for a very long time, I think since Gen 2, but I don't think everyone knows it. The question is, do I use Belly Drum first, or do I just go straight for Defense Curl? No item on Lickitung, so there's not like a citrus berry or something. Raise your stats, and then pay attention to hidden effects, and then use hidden effects. It specifically says attack your foe, starting on scene 4. So, I know. I said I need to think things through more. The wording of this script is strongly implying to me that I use Belly Drum first, then Defense Curl again, then Rollout. Raise your stats first, then pay attention to hidden effects. Defense Curl. Well, I don't know if you could say the hidden effect belongs to Defense Curl or belongs to Rollout, but it specifically says attack from scene 4 on, so I don't think I attacked before then. So I think if I'm paying attention to hidden effects, I'm using Defense Curl. And it does not say pay attention to hidden effects on scene 1, it says raise your stats. So I think I use Rollout when it says to attack. When it says to pay attention to hidden effects, and it doesn't say to attack, I use Defense Curl. And when it says to raise my stats, but it doesn't say to pay attention to hidden effects, I use Belly Drum. That's my reasoning. I have 2 university degrees. I'm trained in parsing the specific meanings of what words are used and are not used where. This is what this script seems to be telling me to do. If it goes wrong, maybe we bail early on Pokestar Studios. Just kidding. But surely it won't go wrong. Or else they need new writers. Argle. Oh, she's hesitating to use Guillotine. Because she's so... distracted, shall we say. That's really nice. I didn't pay attention to what she said, to be honest. It might be... I think when I'm done with this series, I might take a break in the recording before I do the rest of the movies ahead of me. Well, I'll watch the movie and I'll find out what I just said to what. Defense Curl. She's spamming Tail Whip. Her Smeargle's not going for an attack. So hesitant is she to knock out my beautiful Lickitung. Penelope's fallen in love with a trainer at first sight again. I guess this happens a lot. And she plans to throw the match, but it seems like Smeargle might be about to go rogue. Let me guess. It's going to use Mind Reader. I'm going to use Defense Curl. I'll do my best. The other option there was doesn't look good. All of the damage that Lickitung has taken so far is self-inflicted. I'm choosing to battle this way. What doesn't look good? It's Tail Whip again. Smeargle not going rogue just yet, but maybe it'll go for Mind Reader next turn while I go for Rollout, or maybe it just keeps spamming Tail Whip and gets mad about it, but there's nothing it can do. We'll see. Scene 4. This is where the script says to start attacking. Well, this is where the script says to attack, which it didn't say before, so I'm interpreting that as to start attacking. I missed. That was not so cool, eh? I think accuracy rolls are exactly the same in Pokestar Studios as they are in actual battles. Hey, the Smeargle just called me a scrub. So wonderful. The only other dialogue option was like, I'm not sure I can win, which is nonsense. There we go, GG. A crit to make up for the miss earlier, and we dodge a guillotine. If I'm right that the rolls are not fixed, then that guillotine would have had a chance to hit, right? Or was Lickitung at a higher level than Smeargle? I wasn't paying attention to that. I also don't know whether it works that way in this generation. Maybe the guillotine didn't have a chance to hit. I don't know what I'm talking about. Let's say goodbye to Time Gate Traveler 2. And hope that whatever this movie was called performs somewhat better with my devoted fans. New genre for me, of course, but I had a lot of fun filming this. Lickitung was a great co-star. Let's watch Love and Battles and see how it turned out. Now that was more like it. We got some applause again. That was actually a decent-sized audience, and they were laughing a bunch of times throughout. My career's back, folks. There've been some ups and downs, but we're on the upswing once again. Funny movie. I noticed the text said on screen at the beginning said "Amor a primera vez" or "Primera vista," which I think is Spanish for "love at first sight." So I don't know where this "Love and Battles" title came from. Either one fits with the story, I suppose. I definitely didn't understand my character in the filming. He's very nervous about his abilities. He sets up for free while taking no damage from the opponent. He's like, I don't know if I can win this. So I gotta remember that for the sequel that we're presumably getting. Very worried about taking on an ace trainer. Little does he know what she's thinking on her side of things. Cute trainer Penelope, as she was called. That was a choice. And we were told about Pokemon bringing us together, but the Pokemon didn't really do much. The Lickitung was barely a character, and the Smeargle did not want to bring us together. But you know what's fun about that? And this is something I do genuinely appreciate. I haven't called it out yet, but I've talked up Pokestar Studios for being a fun minigame, an unusual minigame, giving me some puzzles to work through in battle form, with creative visuals in the actual movies as the props turn into weird dummy Pokemon. I am also enjoying, I've called out some of the superficial talk about truth and ideals, but I am also enjoying how some of these movies riff on the themes of these games in over-the-top, exaggerated, blockbuster studio movie ways. So there was a thing about the Time Gate Traveler protagonist having to live like a wild Pokemon. Is this the relationship between humans and Pokemon? We see that relationship inverted with trainer Pokemon putting humans in human balls. We had truth and ideals and all that. We got what looks to be like maybe the UFOs were abducting Pokemon and using them just like Team Plasma did. And then in this one, major theme of this game, major theme of the Pokemon series in general, people form connections in battle. People battle and they reach a common understanding through participating in that mutual competition, and they build connections, they come to understand each other. And this movie plot was that to an absurd degree. So on top of all else that's fun about Pokestar Studios, the unusual puzzle minigame, the weird Pokemon, riffing on the themes of this game in an over-the-top movie way is also a lot of fun. So I kind of enjoyed that very silly movie. Let's see how much money it made. Because we are back in the black. In fact, that one did pretty well for the first in a series. Studio is going to be happy, though. He seems to always be happy. Happy he's not paying me, I bet. But there we go. Once again, a spectacular hit. Well, let's go see if it gets a sequel. These posters are not as good as some of the others we've seen. But that's okay. All the spots are full once again, as I am working hard to entertain the masses. Love and Battles 2. Coming to a theater near you as soon as I finish this filming session. A story about unrequited love between trainers. Oh no, am I going to be oblivious to what Penelope wants? Let's find out. Start the filming. Oblivious like my Lickitung? Ooh, appropriate. This is a different actress. Appropriate Pokemon choice for the character. Is that not a different actress? I thought it was chic actress Alyssa last time. Or have I just done so many that I'm getting mixed up? Oh, Barbara. This is a different character. Yeah, chic actress Catalina is now playing a different ace trainer named Barbara. Oh, and I'm... Wait, what happened to Penelope? I was invested in Penelope's story. Now Black 2 here is chasing Barbara? And Barbara's not interested? I love seeing depressed men so much I could barely stand it. Okay. Alright. Wait, she has a Smeargle? So instead of an actual sequel, is that just a different riff on the same concept? Like, similar story, different characters, just a different take? Just a kind of thematic connection between stories. My two dialogue options here are marry me and let's go on a date. And considering what kind of movie this is, I think we go to extremes. Marry me if I win. What? When you say marriage, you don't mean that marriage. What is my goal here? Am I supposed to win this? Oh, the director wasn't happy. I thought that was the line that best fit the vibes of this series. This Kecleon is a citrus berry and knows Scratch and Screech. Catalina here, who is definitely not playing Penelope. What happened to Penelope? Bring her back. Has a Smeargle that only knows Outrage and Magic Coat. Magic Coat is a move I've not thought about in a while. I'm pretty sure it was Dexited. I think it has priority and bounces back status moves, so if I use Screech and she uses Magic Coat, I will be the one Screeched. But let's see what the script says. Don't attack your foe. Let your opponent win. Let your opponent win. Okay. I'm the Penelope of this one, huh? I don't think I can measure up to the real Penelope, but I'll do my best. I think I just spam Screech until the battle is over, and then Barbara doesn't marry me. And Kecleon is color changed, of course. I don't think Protean even exists in this generation, so the Smeargle going for Outrage turns my Kecleon into a Dragon type, meaning Kecleon is now weak to the Outrage. And I am under instructions in the script not to attack and to let her win. I guess I'll have to use Force. Please do. My other option was I'm scared, which doesn't really seem like it fits this version of the character, Black 2. I don't know if this movie's going to turn out as well as the other one, but I suppose it will be funny in its own way. And I suppose the point is there's not much to the battle here. I suppose the point is the comedy of these silly interactions between characters. As I am basically running exactly the same strat that Penelope did. Is this series creatively bankrupt? Wait, I think I was supposed to lose in 4 scenes, but with that Citrus Berry, I didn't lose. If she had used Magic Coat and bounced back a Screech or two, then probably I lose the battle. Is that supposed to be what happened? I don't know. I can't control my opponent's actions. The movie told me not to attack and the script told me not to attack and to let her win. And so that's what I did. I actually have a real soft spot for Love and Battles 1. I think we have to keep it in the theater. I think we have to keep Big Monster 2 in the theater. Okay, let's say goodbye to... Time Gate Traveler. And let's see what happened in Love and Battles, also known perhaps as Love at First Sight 2. And then let's go online and yell at the writers to bring Penelope back. This one is Barbara. I guess the last one was Penelope's story, and this one is Barbara's story. Amore Primera Vista, once again, I think means Love at First Sight. That should at least be close. I don't think it means Love and Battles. Okay, sorry. Shouldn't talk during the movie. Well, that was weird. Mixed bag with the audience, too. They fell asleep at one point. People really did not like that "Marry Me" line. I thought I was going appropriately over the top, but I guess not. Then they were into it later, and then when I didn't actually lose the battle, they were confused, as I guess the narrative of the story kind of fell apart. I don't know how much depth there was to this series anyway. They even gave Barbara a Smeargle that was dressed up like Penelope's Smeargle. That sequel felt a little bit forced. The first one was great! The second one, I don't know. And I don't know if I did anything wrong in the filming there. I think I did what I was supposed to do. It might have been RNG that it didn't work out like it was supposed to. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I don't fully understand this minigame. Love and Battles 1 made $63.8 billion. Once again, pretty good for a first installment. Love and Battles 2 lost $45 billion. Kecleon not quite captivating the audience like Lickitung did. Why does Black 2 use long-tongued normal types all through this series, by the way? The career revival might be short-lived, but of course we're not done just yet. What is this thing? I keep stopping to look at this. It kind of vaguely looks like really bad pixel art of me, but I don't know what it's supposed to be. Studio is going to tell me that was a flop. I think the script was just not there. I did my best, as instructed by the director. Bring back Penelope. Start the campaign online right now. That series needs Penelope. What's left to do here? I'm definitely not doing a do-over of that one. I could be wrong, I might have messed something up, but I'm convinced that I did what I was supposed to do and somehow it just didn't work out. Much like... some people's love lives. I don't know. Alright, 3 more series, one of which I've already started. Look at the description of this one. We'll get to that. The Ghost Erasers. Alright, I'm very curious about these last 3 series, but I am... this whole thing is taking longer than I anticipated. I'm going to take a quick recording break, make myself some dinner. I could just not say it this time, but the music will be a little bit weird in the transition, so... More Pokestar Studios to come in just a moment for you. Okay, during my break, along with making and eating some dinner, I also went to the Bulbapedia page for Pokestar Studios, and I learned some stuff. First, that it's called Pokewood in the original Japanese. I wonder whether Nintendo of America or whoever was iffy on that specific reference for some reason. And that the guy in charge of the place in the original Japanese is called Mr. Wood, which honestly, even though it's a completely normal name, I do like a little bit more as a gag than Stu Dio. I guess Stu Dio is just a little much. The Dio is kind of forced. I think Mr. Wood might be a bit better. They're both funny in their own ways, though. I learned that there are basically hidden consequences to my choices when I go through these movies. So, when I failed that last Love and Battles movie, failed the goal of being defeated in the battle, and I asked, is this one just RNG? I made all the right moves, I'm pretty sure. Apparently, my dialogue choices actually influence what my opponent does. So, I picked the wrong line of dialogue. I thought it was a decent fit for the weird vibes of that movie series. Genuinely, I mean, Penelope... Not to keep dwelling on Penelope for too long, but that character was so over the top with her falling in love at first sight shtick in the first movie that when I saw that the roles seemed to be kind of reversed, I thought going over the top like that was the correct choice, but it was not. And when I said that I probably would have successfully lost the battle if my opponent had ever used Magic Coat instead of locking into Outrage right away. Apparently, if I'd made the right dialogue choice, she would have used Magic Coat. So, hidden consequences to my dialogue choices. Just gotta find the right ones. I also learned that there are yet more movies that I haven't unlocked. That there are some that unlock in different ways as you go through. I unlocked a decent number just by becoming the champion, so... Nice that I saved a lot of this for the post-game. That's paying off, coincidentally. There may be more, which makes sense, because there's a specific one that I remember playing years ago that I have not seen in my available options here so far. And I think there's one series, or at least one movie, that you can only do if you've basically 100%ed all the other movies, which is not what we're going to be doing here. I'm not going to change how I'm playing this at all. I could follow a guide or something, right, and try to 100% it, but this is not a walkthrough. I'm just goofing around playing this game. I'm still going to try to make the right dialogue choices, but whatever results I get from the movies are what I'll get, and I'll keep going through them until I have no more unlocked to do. That's the plan. But yeah, there's a bit more to this area than I understood. And I know now because I looked at the Bulbapedia page between recording sessions. Anyway. That's it for Love and Battles. The first movie was a lot of fun. The second one might have jumped the shark a little bit anyway. Now, I did Mystery Doors of a Magical Land 1 all the way back early in this journey. That's the other one along with Time Gate Traveler that I had in my back pocket. And it is finally time for Mystery Doors of a Magical Land 2. Remember, Sabrina appeared in the first one all the way from the Kanto region. We'll see if she also shows up in the sequel. A gatekeeper waits in a magic cage. Knock out special effects prop W2 with Astonish. Don't knock it out with any other move. I wonder what the story reason is that I have to use Astonish. Remember, I had to use Zap Cannon specifically at one point in Invaders, and it was because the mysterious character E, who was secretly an alien invader, was harvesting the energy from the attack to power her alien mothership. Who knows what's going on this time? It's a very mysterious story, but that's not Sabrina across from me. I hope she'll show up in the third one, if I get to a third one. Suit actor Crandall. They do all seem to have names that start with C. I wonder whether there's a reason for that.
In any case, here's the prop. I have a Vanillish. Just a Vanillish. Level 35. Uh-oh. That's not a good matchup. With a Zoom Lens, Ice Body, Icy Wind, Ice Beam, Astonish, and Toxic. Do I have to poison this, but then make sure I don't knock it out with the poison damage? We'll find out. The prop is a Grass type. So lots of temptation to click Ice type attacks into it, but again, gotta be careful. It's an Esper Berry, which I think is the one that thaws a frozen Pokemon. It has Lucky Chant, Ingrain, Amnesia, and Rest, so that looks brutal to take down. What is the plan laid out for me in this script, though? That's the question. Pay attention to the power of moves is the instruction for both of the first two scenes. Use a move with low power, pay attention to the power of moves. Mostly just pay attention to the power of moves. I think probably the game wants me to soften it up with strong attacks and then deal the finishing blow with Astonish. That would make sense when I'm 19 levels lower and I have this super effective Ice Beam right here. I think I am supposed to use it, but I have to be careful. So let's start with an Ice Beam. It goes straight for Amnesia. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I really don't want to have to use Toxic, but maybe... But all the instructions are like, pay attention to the power of moves. There's nothing about poisoning it. There's nothing in any of the instructions that implies I would click anything other than an attack. So let's go for Ice Beam again. Unless it's using Amnesia because I'm selecting Ice Beam. And that's what the cryptic hint about paying attention to power is supposed to be for. One hopes not. Anyway, it's use a low power move next. I'll go with Astonish. This thing uses Ingrain. Do I have to use Toxic? I feel like there are multiple things steering me away from using Toxic, but I do have that move, and I do have to defeat this thing by the end. Gatekeeper is a plush toy, I guess. Last time something it didn't work, I failed. Why? Didn't know how to break the door. Okay. Sure. I'm sure that'll make sense in the finished movie. It's just attack now, right? And pay attention to the power of my moves. There's another dialogue interaction. Let's try an Ice Beam. It just keeps going for Amnesia. Well, it's a +6 now. And I've also learned that there are not damage rolls in Pokestar Studios. It's just always maximum roll. Whoa, that's a crit. That's a crit. No, I failed the... I think the crit is random, though. Bulbapedia didn't tell me differently. All right, well, I'm not doing do-overs, so... If that flops, I don't think I'm working with Sabrina anymore. My career sure has hit a rough patch, with the one exception of... Love and Battles 1. Die Pforten des Zauberreichs. That's German. I'm not sure what Zauberreich means. But once again, I don't think that actually translates to Mystery Doors of a Magical Land, though it might not be far off. I guess I will remove the first one to make room for this. Nah. Love and Battles 2 was a flop. Let's get that one out of theaters. There's only one Love and Battles. That's how people will remember that. Alright, let's, I hope this movie is a spectacular critical hit. Let's see.
Well, the audience was confused, and at least one of them disappeared from the theater before my very eyes while the movie was still playing. So I think Prince Black 2 might be trapped forever, possibly in the stomach of a plush toy. Was I supposed to Toxic and then just spam Astonish or something like that? Would that have worked better? But I would again would have to make sure the Toxic damage didn't knock it out. Well, yeah, maybe I did just have to actually plan that out and maneuver it properly. Imagine that. Door being vulnerable to cold explains why it's a grass type, and I guess justify the ingrain, but returning to my old hits has not been the career revival I hoped for. I used to be the talk of this town, and now my last movie lost $215 billion. Ugh, it's a rough career, this. You never know what's gonna happen. One day you're on top, and then, like, a couple hours later, well, at least Mr. Wood is still somehow always happy. I'm pretty sure I've net lost him money at this point. But if he's not complaining, I'm happy to jump back in and lose him some more. I've begun to look even more like a movie star. I'm getting more famous. This is also a mechanic that's mentioned on the Bulbapedia page. And there's the one that I thought I remembered. I've unlocked the Giant Woman. I'm just gonna go in order of the list, as always. And so even though Mystery Doors of a Magical Land was kind of a disaster, as have been a few of my recent projects, the fans are so interested anyway that the Giant Woman has been written just for me. A big argument leads to a tragedy with an odd Pokeball. Let your Pokemon be knocked out in 8 scenes. Let's do it. Somehow, even though I just lost over $200 billion, my career is only trending up. This director probably hates me, though.
unique star Carla. Why unique? I don't know, but here's a Blitzel, and I have a Grimer. Grimer has a ring target. Interesting. And knows Swagger, Harden, and Minimize. Wow, I have to lose this battle when I only have moves that make it harder for the opponent to defeat me, but I can't do any damage myself. I just have moves well, I can make it hit itself in confusion, but that's luck-based. I just have moves to stall it out and make it harder for the opponent to beat me. The puzzle, presumably, is stall minimally so that you're still likely to lose. This Blitzel has a Person Berry and knows Stomp, Shockwave, and Quick Attack. Oh! Person Berry. That's the one that cures confusion. So the first time I use Swagger on it, it gets the attack boost, but it can't do damage to itself. So I absolutely should use Swagger on it, probably first turn. Well, let's see what the script says. Use hidden effects. Okay. Pay attention to the effects of moves. Pay attention to the effects of moves. Use hidden effects. Use hidden effects. Throw the battle. It looks like I'm also supposed to last 6 turns. I'm not supposed to be knocked down until turn 6. What does this Blitzel know again? Stomp, Shockwave, and Quick Attack. So I can use Minimize and Shockwave will still hit me. What does the ring target do here? I have no idea. Ring target just negates immunities, doesn't it? Let's do this. Oh, wait, is it no Stomp? If I use Minimize, then Stomp will do extra damage. Does the ring target negate my evasiveness boost? I didn't think that item did that. I'm not your mom, I'm not your bank. Okay, I've got a heck of a dialogue choice here, and I don't know what is correct. I can say, I'm not your mom, I'm not your bank, but you are annoying. That kind of seems like a non sequitur. I can say, I'm not your mom, I'm not your bank, I'm sorry. Or, and this one is so tempting, I'm not your mom, I'm not your bank, ha ha ha. I'm gonna go with I'm sorry. That's the one that feels the most natural, but I don't know what kind of scene we're trying to do here. Okay. Oh, that director did not like that line. I chose poorly. Maybe I should have said ha ha ha. You know what? I still have Bulbapedia open. Ring target. Open, but very, very laggy. It just gets rid of type immunities. No, it won't make Blitzel hit through evasiveness boost. I have no idea why I have a ring target. Is it just symbolic? Hey, hit this! Remember, you're supposed to damage me in this script. But it does no Stomp, so I think I am supposed to use Minimize, but probably only at the end so that she can knock me out with the damage boost. That's how I think this probably works. So I think, until then, I'll go for Harden, because I'm supposed to take a few hits. Okay. I didn't do much. What did I do? You're gonna get rid of all the junk you bought? Good grief. I also had the option to say that I don't like her, but I don't get the feeling it's that kind of scene. Okay, the director liked that one. Harden again. And then it said use hidden effects. If I'm interpreting use hidden effects to mean Swagger. But no, hidden. Nothing about Swagger is hidden. It raises attack and it confuses them. It's exactly what it says on the tin. I think hidden effects might mean minimized, because it has the hidden effect that her stomp will still be, I think, guaranteed to hit, and it will do extra damage. Now, I'm not supposed to be knocked out this early, but I'm at +2 defense. I think... Oh, also, she's faster. Okay, so the stomp doesn't get the boosted damage yet. It does now. I use the hidden effect of making myself extra vulnerable to stomp. And then I think from this scene on, I can lose the battle. Okay, I think losing on the next scene is fine. I think I've done this correctly, except apparently I made the wrong dialogue choice early on. Director seems happy. Alright. Goodbye, Mystery Doors of the Magical Land 2. And hello, the giant woman. Was there a giant woman in that movie? We'll find out, I guess. It looked like I just had a fight with my wife or something. But let's see.
Oh, I see. Hi, that was another weird one. But pretty big turnout. I guess I do still have a devoted fan base, and they liked it. I'm just wondering where the giant woman was in the movie The Giant Woman. Because I don't think there were any giant women there. I know it's being set up for the sequel, but that is crazy to title your movie The Giant Woman and save the actual giant woman for the sequel. That is a wild choice. I have some real issues with the writing on some of these movies. You know what? I'm being too self-critical. My performances are fine. Some of this writing is just not there. I feel baited and switched by that movie, but it was still kind of fun. I understand why that was not the right dialogue choice, although I had a heck of a time trying to figure out what the right one was in the moment. They were all pretty weird. Maybe this character was just a little bit outside of my usual range. Kind of odd that all my characters are named Black 2, but we're not going to dwell on that. I guess I'm a famous movie star. They want to make sure the audience never forgets that it's me. Don't get too lost in the character, because I'm drawing in the crowds. And that was a fun little battle puzzle, you know, on the actual battle puzzle minigame side of things. I don't know if Stomp doing boosted damage into minimize is an obscure interaction. I've known it for a really long time. It doesn't feel like an obscure one to me, but I think it might actually be. But it's kind of neat that they centered something on that. Also, I guess kind of fitting that they did a minimize-based puzzle for the first entry in The Giant Woman. Making my Pokemon small was the key to be delivering on that script. And there's no giant woman in the movie, so any point I was trying to make breaks down there. Let's see what Mr. Wood has to say. He liked it. He always likes it, but this one was a spectacular hit. I think Wikipedia said I get fans in the lobby. Yeah. As I get more famous, I get fans in the lobby and they give me items. I had a rich story. Did you just see The Giant Woman, or are you still watching Love and Battles? Or Bryson Man? Man, I made so many movies. Look at all these fans I have. Eek! A nurse gave me an escape rope for being so good at movies. You're not my fan. Okay. You just like movies in general. That's fair. Alright, will there be a giant woman in The Giant Woman 2? One way to find out. Whoops. The Giant Woman 2. A suspicious visitor steals the Pokeball with the woman inside it. And it looks like, once again, I do have to lose a battle here. This character I'm playing is really something. Is this the mysterious stranger? Fine actor Terrence. Don't know what I make of that one. A lot of weird trainer classes here in Pokestar Studios. I've still got my Grimer. Oh, River, I guess, here is who sold me a Pokeball that was cursed by an ancient trainer who died tragically or something like that. There's a small slip-up when I bought a cursed Pokeball. Okay. Huh? Okay, I have two dialogue options here. Number one is, huh? And number two is, huh? You mean violence? So we'll go with the more detailed one. Seems like a moment where I should probably explain to him what the situation is. Maybe he can even help. Or maybe he'll just be like, that's why you couldn't be supposed to have it. Gimme, yoink. Poison Gas, Rock Tomb, and Swagger on this Grimer. And I have a Lepa Berry. Don't know what that's going to be for. This guy's Gligar. He has two Pokemon. Gligar knows Baton Pass, Swords Dance, and Metal Claw. His Drifloon knows Payback, Facade, and Baton Pass. What is going on here? What moves do I have again? Poison Gas, Rock Tomb, Swagger. Okay. Watch your foe. What does that mean? A lot of my instructions here are just watch your foe and pay attention to the foe's moves. Pretty vague. I am supposed to lower their stats in Scene 3, which I assume means use Rock Tomb, because that's the only way I have to do that. I guess I'll just go for Poison Gas? That's the most passive thing I can do, I think. The poison will wear them down, but it'll take a while. They can set up their attack boosts in the meantime. Oh, now I'm explaining? It opened all by itself. I prefer that to something like, well, which is also an option. Well, Okay. Oh, now I poisoned the Drifloon. Hopefully that's fine. Then I'm supposed to use Rock Tomb next. And then I really don't have clear instructions after that. Can't afford to be picky about my methods. I can either say, what do you mean, or thief. But given that I prefer the version of the story where we talk to each other and actually explain what's going on, what do you mean? Yeah, okay, it looks like I'm actually choosing well this time. Rock Tomb. Huh. Okay, and now what? I'll just spam Poison Gas. I don't know what else to do. After this turn, this turn the instruction is pay attention to the foe's moves. Afterward, the only instruction is throw the battle. I do that a little early as I get crit there. I think that probably works out fine. I'm supposed to lose. Goodbye, the giant woman. Let's see if the giant woman 2 actually has a giant woman in it. I'm not getting my hopes up. So much just happened. I think I genuinely did unlock the giant woman series by getting my fame as high as it is right now. That's another condition for that kind of thing. But anyway, let's watch the giant woman 2, see what happens. Will there be a giant woman? One way to find out. Buy a ticket, make Mr. Woods some money, and go watch the movie. Still not really living up to the premise here, are we, writers? But that was almost a full theater, and they loved it. Interesting that the character River seems to know something is up with the Pokeball, but scoffs at the idea of Monica being inside as if he doesn't know everything strange about it. I forgot to mention, but the background being kind of messed up as we battle was a nice touch, because we saw, of course, in Black 1 what happens when you battle indoors, kind of recklessly. And I think that TV was showing football at some points, which makes sense. This is a US-based region, and there are football players in Mombasa City. Anyway, will there be a giant woman in The Giant Woman 3? History suggests probably not. But surely one appears eventually. I do actually remember enough about this series to know the answer to whether one appears eventually. I definitely played this years ago. However, not much evidence for an actual giant woman so far. Let's see what happens when we make The Giant Woman 3. This list is getting a little crowded, and I have to scroll down. I can't flip the... I mean, I could use the touch screen to fast scroll. I just don't want to, but... A giant woman appears. Whoa! Who could have seen that coming? In The Giant Woman 3, a giant woman appears. That's crazy. And the city descends into panic. Last for 6 scenes, don't knock out your foe. This character, Black 2. The poor down on his luck trainer who has lost every battle so far. Still doesn't get to win, but it looks like he is tasked with not losing this time. Fine actor Terrence is here once again playing River. He sends out Prop 1. Prop 01, I guess. Level 99 against my level 25 Ducklet? Uh-oh. Did I put a human being in a cursed Pokeball? Yeah, I wouldn't say I did that. You sold me a cursed Pokeball. But how? Talk to her and make her feel safe? Alright. Hey, if this story is resolved without me winning a battle, that is kind of neat. Kind of a nice touch in the writing. We'll see how it happens, though. Prop 01 is at level 99, and my level 25 Ducklet. I don't have a Grimer anymore, just my Ducklet. Wide lens. Knows Fly, Feather Dance, and Roost. Good stalling moveset, but what is coming the other way? Prop 01 is a normal type with the ability Huge Power and knows Focus Punch, Rage, Growl, and Crush Grip. This is, of course, standing in for a giant woman. Interesting stuff all around here. This will be quite the series if I can complete this movie without messing it up. Pay attention to the effects of moves. Is my battle instruction for literally every scene.
Okay. If she goes for Focus Punch, then I'm better off going for Fly. I avoid the hit this turn, I also avoid it the next turn by interrupting her focus. And that's 2 turns killed right there. But if she goes for Rage, then Fly powers up the Rage. But my guess is going to be Focus Punch. Actually, probably I get a dialogue option this turn that influences what she goes for next turn. So I could chances are I succeed if it's Focus Punch again, and I fail if it's Rage. Now that I understand Pokestar Studios a little bit better, not really trying to change the way I play it here, but I'm still just trying to fumble around to see what happens. But well, I hope I choose the right dialogue. Let's go for Fly. She actually starts with Growl. Okay. Well, I still don't take damage from that. Yeek! He's panicking. Understandable. I can say, calm down, or I can say, she's huge. I think if anything is going to trigger her to use Rage, it's probably yelling, calm down at her, so let's not do that. Uh-oh. I was rude. No, that wasn't the right line? She went for Rage. And this Fly is going to increase her Rage now. Oh, no, it's over. How am I supposed to guess that yelling calm down at someone who's panicking? A thing that you're sort of famously not supposed to do if you want to help them. How was I supposed to guess that was the right choice? Well, live and learn, I guess. I just don't know the relationship of these two characters. I don't think I would pick either one of those dialogue options in my own real-life relationship, let's just say that. Alright, goodbye the Giant Woman 2, hello the Giant Woman 3. Surely gonna be a smash hit, as I'm told, a giant woman actually appears in this one. I guess she's huge was kind of an obvious trap as well, but like I had to pick one of them, you know? I feel like I got hoodwinked there. The writers are sabotaging my acting career.
Did Monica kill me? Okay, so in hindsight, when the game was telling me to talk to her, maybe I should have picked the option that was talking to her. And when the game was telling me to calm her down, maybe I should have picked the option that said to calm down. But because I try to be a thoughtful person, and a little bit more alert to other people's emotions than the character I was just playing. Whoops. That wasn't the way that I went with that. That's the end of the Giant Woman series, I think. Let's see what Mr. Wood has to say. A complete flop. Alright, well, there are a couple more series. I'm not done yet in this fickle, challenging business where I've still not been paid a single time. You hear me? I'm not done yet. You guys hear me? You hear me? Okay. Back to work. What's left? No do-overs. I make the movie I make, and it turns out the way it turns out. That's show business. Can't believe the Giant Woman suddenly bombed as soon as it actually featured a giant woman. Anyway. Red Fog of Terror. Who are you? Where did you come from? What for? A creepy, human-type monster. Knock out your foe in 10 scenes. Prop C1. Suit actor Christie. It's not even worth remarking on at this point. I have a Sigilif. This is a 1v1. Light Clay. Wander Skin for the ability. Moves are Psybeam, Light Screen, and Reflect. Prop C1 here is a normal type with Scratch, Shadow Claw, and Acid. Scratch, Shadow Claw, Acid. So the 2 out of 3 attacks are physical, and the strongest attack is physical. And the instruction for scene 1 is to protect myself from attacks, so I'm gonna go with Reflect. And then it's all attack your foe from there. Okay. So Reflect first, and then spam Psybeam. Oh, okay, well. A humanoid monster? Uh-oh. Griahar Gar, it says. I'll finish it. Script does say to just attack from here on out. But that was apparently not the right line. Ah! You know, these directors could give me some more direction, I'm just saying. Reflect is coming in handy there, though. No such thing as a bad movie, just bad acting. Hey! I think a lot of the writing and direction around here is very are very questionable. Did I bait it into using the super effective Shadow Claw because I took such an aggressive tone with it? And I'm losing the battle because of that? How am I making so many wrong choices? It would have used weaker attacks had I not been like, I'll finish it here, right? I mean, that at least makes sense. I can understand the logic of that. The one thing that was not obvious to me until I read it on Bulbapedia is that my dialogue influences their move choices at all. Perhaps they have scripts they should follow too, huh? Let's get the Giant Woman 3 out of here. But I guess I can understand if I take an aggressive tone with it, it's going to use stronger attack. Maybe I'm not cut out for show business after all.
But hey, who knows? Maybe the movie is still a hit. Let's find out. Red Fog of Terror. La Nebbia Rossa. I'm guessing that's Italian. Nebbia, like nebby. Fog, cloud. Can't believe I lost to a humanoid. And doomed the world to be engulfed by red fog. But I'm not done yet. I've got one movie left. My career has taken quite a few hits at this point. It is on life support, but it is not quite over. The star of such wonderful films. Because I keep changing the same slot. The posters are gone. The star of such wonderful films as Love and Battles and that one with MT. Made so many movies, can't keep them straight now. Love and Battles and Big Monster 2. The star of such wonderful films as Bryson Man Strikes Back, Love and Battles, and Big Monster 2. Is not done just yet. It's time for Ghost Eraser. A village where ghosts appear, the Ghost Erasers are on the case. Knock out an opponent every scene. Pretty sure I know what parody we're doing here, but let's see how it turns out. Veteran Star JJ. So many different trainer classes, both on the production side and on the in the actual films. And my Vigoroth is talking? I think my Vigoroth is talking. To a ghost. Okay, so Vigoroth has 3 options here. Oh, maybe the characters are Pokemon in this movie. That would make sense. Vigoroth can say one of 3 things here. It can say, I'm gonna take you down. Or it can say, I'll mourn your passing. Or it can say, Aieek! Scary! Vigoroth does seem pretty scared. I'll mourn your passing would be an okay mic drop line, but I don't think it makes sense this early in the interaction. I'm gonna go with Aieek. Waka! You look pitiful. Your end is nigh. Okay. That was not the right line. Maybe it was I'll mourn your passing. I can't act. I had some beginner's luck, and then everything fell apart. I fell off. Folks, I fell off. I think Love and Battles was my last hit. Well, not really, but I think I'm never reaching the highs of Love and Battles and Big Monster 2 again. Well, let's try and close this one out strong. Is Gasolino's Destiny Bond, Curse, Sludge Bomb, and Will-O-Wisp? Watch it not use Destiny Bond right now and take out my Vigoroth. Did I call it or what? Alright, shall we watch this movie? Goodbye, Red Fog of Terror, La Nebbia Rosa. Hello. Ghost Eraser. This will be a short one, I think.
Okay, that was some good ghost erasing, huh? Long cast for such a short movie. That's Pokestar Studios. I think I've run out of movies to make. The one thing I haven't done yet is use my own Pokemon in a movie. Maybe I'll do that before I call it here. What movie would it be? I could erase some ghosts with my my regular team, that's for sure. I don't know. But there's one other thing I want to do before I'm gone here. I have to grab something from the other room to do it, so let me think for a sec. Okay, I am tired of Stu, Mr. Wood, Dio, exploiting my labor and paying out nothing to me. So let me calculate exactly how much revenue I've gotten from him across my entire film career. Okay, 97.2. I'm seeing a lot of billions. $132 billion from Invaders 3. 297.6. I think that symbol there probably means that Invaders 4 is still my highest grossing movie. Uh-oh. Oh, almost entered that one wrong. There we go. When these movies flop, they really flop, huh? The Giant Woman 2 did really well, though. I hadn't checked that one. Uh-oh. Pay no attention to the Giant Woman 3. Alright, so in total, the revenue that I got for Mr. The profit I generated, I should say. It's not revenue, it's profit, right? Because expenses are accounted for. The profit I generated for Stu, Mr. Wood, Dio is a whopping total of... Never mind, let's not talk about it. You know what, Mr. Dio? What's a $315 billion loss between friends? Let's just call it even. Agree? Good thing he took me on as an actor instead of Pop Roxy. Doesn't staring into this cliff make you dream big dreams? Should I do a movie with my own Pokemon? Sure, this is a series for doing things. Let's lose him a few more billion, shall we? Question is, which script?
I don't think it can be one I've already failed. I'm not even sure that's allowed. Like, I'm not sure the game will let me do one I've already failed with my own Pokemon. Well, let's run it back all the way to the beginning. Bryson Man Remake. That's something missing from my movie career. Remakes and sequels. Well, no, I got lots of sequels. I'm missing the remakes. Let's see how Bryson Man handles Etobicoke to Lopunny. I can only use one Pokemon? Yeah, okay. The one with fighting and ice coverage then, for sure. Let's go. Work with Bryson one more time. Probably go to his city soonish. Glad that hit. Even in the movies, Etobicoke clutches up. I'm called Lopunny Kid now instead of Riolu Kid. Not sure I like that. Maybe I should have chosen a different Pokemon, but... well, my team for this playthrough is what it is. Same finishing move, I think, from the original version, but, what does that say about the direction of Pokestar Studios if, in the remake, Riolu Kid is now Lopunny Kid? Enough said about that. This is going to be the definitive Bryson Man. We're going to drop the original Bryson Man and replace it with the remake. No, we're not. We're going to drop Ghost Eraser. That movie is best forgotten. That means fully half of the theaters are now showing Bryson Man content, and that's appropriate, isn't it? Really getting that nostalgia train rolling. Truly the proper end for my, movie star career. Bryson Man Remake. The Lopunny Kid versus Bryson Man. Let's go. And let's never forget the magic of our early movies from our childhood.
Maybe I should have been the Samurott kid. But the remake's a hit. $44 billion. There's an up arrow flashing on screen on the bottom screen, showing, I guess, that this made more money than the previous instance. Add 44 billion to my total profit generated for Pokestar Studios, and it's a much more impressive negative 271 billion. That was me speed running the rise, fall, and lazy semi-retirement of a famous movie star. Been on a whole other kind of Pokemon journey within the journey, just in this one episode of this silly playthrough series. Mr. Dio is thrilled. He can milk this for ages. Maybe he'll get a few more of those billions back. And that was Pokestar Studios. Very weird, creative, quirky, interesting minigame. Game Freak kind of cooked something fun on that one. And I'm very happy that I gave it its own episode in the playthrough, because I don't think there's been anything else like it in the entire series before or since. I don't have to stand right in front of this guy. But I'm a famous star, so I will. Back to other adventures next time. But for now, let's just stare out into the sea and think about what could have been in a career that started with so much promise, took some twists and turns. I still have some favorites to remember. I think it's pretty obvious what they are. Every time Bryson shows up as gold, that guy's a movie star. The Giant Monster 2 was pretty exciting. Taking on Mecha Tyranitar, or MT as it was very insistently called every single time, I assume because of the character limit. And setting up that one powerful eruption to one-shot it, that was just a fantastic movie moment right there. And I did genuinely also really enjoy Love and Battles 1, specifically because it just really tickled my funny bone that they took the basic theme of people connecting through Pokemon battles to such an over-the-top comical extreme. Thinking about it that way, it's really, really funny. But I think Hugh's sister said something about a Zoroark talking to her in her dreams, so I should probably look into that next time, right? I don't know.